I would like to welcome you all to the second day of international webinar and workshop for translation, pedagogy, and language industry towards Industrial Revolution 4.0, Universitas Sulawesi Barat. On the first day of conference, the students, practitioners, and professionals who were participants in this international webinar were facilitated over the materials about pedagogy and translation, presented by Dr. Rakib Koduri and Professor Rudi Hartono. On the second day, this conference provides a great opportunity for prospective participants to gain recent theoretical knowledge, research findings, and experiences in dealing with translation and information and communication technology in English language teaching, so-called ICT. As such, this conference will feature presentations by internationally speakers which are cutting-edge session topics. The first presentations will be from Professor Nurjat Saleh, who is going to present about the basic concept of translation as communication process. And the second is from Professor Hiroyuki Obari with his presentation using artificial intelligence and ICT in language teaching in Japan before and during COVID-19. Well, while waiting for the first presenter who is now has a little bit problem, then I would like to invite the head of Language Center of Universitas Sulawesi Barat to give brief speech about this conference. The time is you, sir.
Okay, thank you, moderator. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Ladies and gentlemen, all participants in this international webinar and workshop, translation, pedagogy, and industrial language industry. I would like to say thank you very much for your participations, because today is the second day or the day 2 for our international webinar and workshop. Today focus on workshops for all participants who has joined in the 2 days. So you will get 2 certificates. So certificate for seminar and certificate for workshop. So you keep your participation until the end of this workshop today. Inshallah, once again, we hope in this workshop we can get some knowledge related to how to be as a practitionist in translation and also in the pedagogy aspect. This event will be every year by the Language Center of Universitas Sulawesi Barat, and we hope all participants who have joined in this event will be again in the next year as participants. And also many thanks to the committees, who has prepared well our event. So okay, well, so our event or our international workshop for 2 days running well, inshallah. And many thanks also for all speakers, especially from the native speakers, native countries, from Prof. Obari, Prof. Obari from Japan. Today, inshallah, is the last speakers. If I don't mistake, his schedule will be 12, yeah, 12, 15. So we hope for all participants can pay attention to the materials, and also the committees will prepare uh, some quizzes, yes, to 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 answer, yeah, for all participants. So the committees will also uh, give the gift for the present, yeah, for the winner of the quiz, yeah. Okay. Once again, we are from the language center of Unsulbar. Uh, say Alhamdulillah for our international webinar and workshop for 2 days in this year. Thank you very much. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you, moderator.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you for the speech, the head of Language Center, Universitas Sulawesi Barat. While waiting for the next presenter, Professor Nurjat Saleh, I would like to invite one of the most uh, active participating. Apa sih? Wait.
Halo, moderator. Moderator. Dengar suara gue?
Well, Excellencies and ladies and gentlemen, we are awfully sorry for a little bit problems this morning, and the speech will be continued or is going to continue by the head of Language Center of Universitas Sulawesi Barat. Take your time, sir.
Okay, thank you, Bu Sukma, ya. Yes, in this time, I am going to promote some programs of the Language Center of Universitas Sulawesi Barat. We have some programs, yes, it's the regular programs in our language center. The first one is ITV TOEFL. Yeah, when you have a plan to continue your study to get a scholarship, and the requirement will be or must be TOEFL ITP institutional test. So you may directly come to in my language in our language center. So we have license to prepare the testing for you. So when you are going to have a plan to continue your study by scholarship, yeah, uh, including domestic or you are going to go abroad. And the second one, TOEFL prediction. So when you are going to prepare before testing the TOEFL ITP, we have also TOEFL predictions. Yes, we prepare also in the regular schedule. Yes, every month we have programs like that. Yeah, before testing in the ITP or institutional TOEFL, so you may first test yourself to join in the TOEFL preparations by Language Center of Unsulban. And the second one also we have programs uh, test of English proficiency test. In these programs, yes, prepare for uh, testing uh, for who will have the English proficiency to use in some requirement in the office, yeah, government office, yeah, like a bank. So you may use that. And then we also have programs translation, yeah, penerjemahan. So when you have some problems to translate your paper or some others that you are going to translate and is difficult, so we can help you. So we have a team here. So don't worry, you may come to directly in our office, or you may visit our website. So inshallah the participants, sorry, the committees uh, will register you. And then we have also programs, yes, for preparing uh, a teacher, yeah, for teachers to join in the certificasi dosen, yeah, certificate for the lectures. So you can also, inshallah, next year, yeah, we open like testing for PLTE. You, if uh, before, yeah, you you are going to, sorry, you you visited in Makassar or other places, but right now in West Sulawesi, yeah, we we welcome you to join in our programs. And also BIPA, yeah, BIPA, we have also programs BIPA, yes, belajar bahasa Indonesia bagi penutur asing. Also we have programs here. Yeah, when someone from the other countries is not available to speak Indonesians, but they have jobs in Indonesia, so you may come to in our language center. And also many others course, yeah, English course we open also, and there was some level we have, and the course also will be uh, based on the level that the teams or the instructor prepare. And some others native languages also, inshallah, we open in the next year, like Arabic language, Japanese, yeah, sorry, Japanese. Uh, we have our programs will be running well in the next year. I think those are our programs of Language Center, University Sulawesi Barat. So once again, you may visit in our website after this, and especially, inshallah, you may register uh, very, yeah, cheaper, yeah, cheaper. you may compare with other language center around Indonesia. Yeah. I think that's all my speech, brief speech. Thank you very much, moderator, who has given me opportunity to give some uh, programs of language center as the additional speech from me. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. You're most welcome, sir, and thank you for this brief speech about Language Center of Unsulbar. Well, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, Professor Nurjihad is in this forum now, so we're going to continue the next agenda of this international conference. Well, Professor Nurjihad Saleh is going to present about the basic concept of translation. He attained his bachelor degree at Hasanuddin University, then pursued his master degree at Labor University, United Kingdom. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Professor Nurjihad Saleh, MA. Time is yours, Prof. Prof, you may unmute and the video and the audio, please, Prof. Thank you. Well, while waiting, I would like to greet some and or lots of the participants from out of Sulawesi. Yesterday we had from Medan, Bali, Semarang, Jogja, Jakarta, and many other cities in Indonesia, and we are totally pleased.
You can't hear my voice because you didn't tell it to in mute.
It's clear, Prof. Now your voice is clear. You just need to.
Okay.
Okay.
Well, why you interrupt me to speak?
Perfect, Prof. Perfect.
Hey,
Take your time, Prof.
ladies and gentlemen, good morning.
Morning.
And the excellency goes to the rector of University of Sulawesi Barat, the honorable director of UPT Perpustakaan,
Yes, Prof.
the honorable the committees, uh, distinguished guests from the keynote speakers, and all the participants. They are very happy today. We are grateful to the God for pouring His blessing to us in order that we can gather in this room, in this event, in this space, in order to join this very excellent events for academic tradition. This is called international webinars in the areas of language and culture. As as a keynote speaker, I just want to give a very special and important points related to my uh, topics is the basic concept of translation in the context of communication process. Ladies and gentlemen, in the area of globalization, when information and communication technology has achieved extraordinary progress and geographic and socio-cultural boundaries political economy is increasingly seeking the enthusiasm to know and to study other nations. Can you show me the first slide of my slide material? This condition causes cross-cultural communication very important. In the final points, the role of translator becomes central or very important, namely as intermediary or communicator for communication, both in the context of transferring technology, diplomacy, politics, economics, and literature. As intermediary in the communication process, translation aims to obtain source language equivalent so that the message contained in source language equivalent can be re-expressed in the target language and must be placed in the context of communication, as Professor Hood from University of Indonesia said. So talking about translations means talking about two languages, namely source language and target language. So translator has a special job to transfer the meaning or the message from source language text to target language text. That is, I mean that this is communication process. Because in the communication process, there should be four important points should be appear in the communication process. First, we call it encoder, from where the information come from. Secondly, decoder, the target to the message. This is called the, maybe in language we call the speakers and the listeners. But this is in written language, we call the writer and the readers. And the third one is message. Yeah, should be an effective message will be sent to the target reader or listener. The fourth one is noisy. Maybe there are still many others, but there is important thing. Why we call it the communication process context? Because most of the order of the text, writing something in academic writing, they expect that they can communicate to the readers of the text. So they try to make many writings, yeah, in order to communicate to the readers. Yeah, so this is they expect that this is communication, written communication from the order to the readers. But this expectation doesn't work very smoothly because of the language barriers. Because if the order read in language, but the language is not readable by the target language, this is useless. So they need mediator, they need communicator. We call it translator. So translator is not the writer, yeah, but only the mediator and the communicators. But the translator can have two sides, can have the orders to communicate the information they wrote and help also the reader to understand the message or information in the text. So this is multifunction of the translator. So the position of the translator in the process of communication is the mediator or communicator. So the process of communication will be a noise if the target patient or the target reader do not understand the message because of some problem. We call it noise. Noise is keributan, ada hambatan. There are many kind of noises, but two important noises, we call it technical noises, and linguistic noises. So if the English writer write the text into English and they expect Indonesian people but do not understand English, this will be noisy because of language barrier. So we need translator to communicate the message from the author to the, the readers. You can imagine how many books in the libraries, maybe 80% of the books in the libraries containing the books written in English and do not, I mean, they had not been read by the student or the lecturer because of the English, because of the language. Yeah. So there will be 80% of the book about scientific research written by the researcher, the lecturers, but still put in the store. They are not published because nobody will read it because of the language. So we can imagine how important role the translator play in the disseminating the information and knowledge to the other people. So as intermediary in communication process, translation aim to obtain source language equivalent. So the most important thing in translation about the equivalence. So the equivalent contain two important things, meaning and form, meaning and style. I think it's not, it's mine, yeah. It's only the first, it's only the first. Apakah ada halaman yang lain? Hello, the community. You step another slides. Only the first page of the slide. Slide can help the audience to understand about my material, my presentation. But I think I sent the complete slide about 15 slides, yeah. And this is the first slide. So can you move to another one?
Yeah, wait a minute, Prof. Wait a minute.
Yeah.
It's a process to show you.
Prof, excuse me.
Yeah.
I have checked the slides that you sent me, but unfortunately, it's only consists of one slide. So maybe you can resend me now, and then let the committee share it to the screen.
Okay. Maybe give me a couple minutes. Uh, Please send the sharing into multiple, yeah, because I'm not the host, so multiple participant can share the simultaneously. Okay.
Okay, Prof.
Excuse me, Prof. You can share the screen directly because you are as a co-host right now.
Okay. But I'm seeking
Yes,
the
yes.
material. Okay. Okay. Yes, this one. Hello? Hello?
Yes, Prof.
Can you see this material?
Not yet, Prof.
So how can I show you?
Yes. You may send me via WhatsApp, sir, then let the committee share screen.
Yeah, but maybe it takes time.
Oh, okay.
But okay. Let me choose the. I try to send to the WhatsApp. Yeah. Okay. Doesn't matter. Take. Still being processed. I'm terribly sorry.
Yes, Prof. I think also there was some slide you sent. We check. Fact is only one slide. I think it's maybe based because a network. Yes, when
Okay.
Prof send. Yes, that's okay, Prof. Yeah.
But I have to send to Sukma
Yes, Prof. Yeah.
because I didn't see the way out of the committee. Okay, I send to Sukma. Ibu Sukma, please check it because I have sent it to you.
Okay, sir, I have just received it, Prof, and I'm going to send it to.
No, check it first. Check it. Is it the complete slide or the same with the previous slide?
Wait.
It's okay.
It's still loading, Prof.
If
Okay,
you,
it's complete.
yeah,
It's complete, Prof.
if you see many red color in the slides, so maybe that's right.
Yes, Prof. That's screen. Okay.
Okay, thank you. You might show to the yeah. This is the title, the basic concept of translation as communication process. Move. So talking about translation means talking about two languages or two cultures, namely source language and the target language. So the translation is a linguistic activity that transfers the message from one language to the other language. Mok, ganti, yeah. So all the definition below are talking about two languages. So, but let me describe first before going further about the background. Translation is a part of applied linguistics. So linguistic theory compared to two classes. We call it macro and micro linguistic. We can also say theory of linguistics and applied of linguistics. And translation is classified as the applied linguistic, like English teaching, English learning. This is we call it applied linguistic. Translation is a communication process. As I mentioned before, that a communication because we have tried to communicate the text written by the author to the reader of the text in the target language. So this is a translation communication because we have four aspects of communication. We have encoder, decoder, message, and noisy. If we need five, we need also media and feedback and many others. But I think that they are four in translation because if someone don't understand about the message or the information written by the order because of the language, this is noisy. This is linguistic barrier. This is called the noisy of communication. But this doesn't happen in translation because we have a mediator. Mediator come to help both the order and the readers. Translator is a mediator of communicator and it's play important role in the development of science and technology. So from civilization to civilization, in the course of civilization, we learn historically about the important role of the translator. Yeah, in the Islamic civilization, play very important role of the Arabic translator. Translate many books, textbook from Latin, from Romawi language to Arabic. And Western people come to Spanish, to Spain, yeah, to translate the collection Arabic books into many European languages. And then we know we come to Western countries, whether America or Europe, just to learn about the books written by Arabic people. Yeah. So this is the the role the translator play very important. This is the contribution of the translator from time to time. There are about 80% of scientific books are not readable by researcher and lecturer because of language barriers. So only 20% book, scientific book in different discipline in our country written by Indonesian people. So how come to be a professional politician, yeah, expert politician or law or economic, if you just read only 20% of the book, maybe from 20% you read only maybe 5% or 10% because you are not happy to read the books, textbook. So this is the problem we have to consider about the lack of translators in our countries. So the solution to read the book 80%, there are two. We have to encourage our communities to read, to understand English in order that they can read the books. Secondly, we have to increase the number of translators to translate the textbook from English into Indonesian. But the first step is takes a long time. Yeah, takes a long time if we have to make Indonesian people to understand English like Malay, yeah, and other our neighboring countries, yeah, like Brunei and Philippines. They use English as the second language, but we use English as the foreign language. So only small percent of our Indonesian people can understand English. This means they can read the books. So we have to keep long time later, yeah, uh, to read the books because of the language. Okay, move. So the equivalent, according to uh, Professor Hood, the equivalent according to this element of the target language which contain the same message as the source language. Hood adopted the translation theory developed by Naida in his book Toward a Science of Translation. Thus, I mean the most important thing in translation is to find the equivalent text from source language text into the target language text. So the message does not change. In translating, just transfer the message from one language to the other, but the message will not change. Yeah. The, what is changed is only the style and the form. NIDA classify equivalence into two types. We call it formal equivalence and dynamic equivalence. Formal equivalence that is oriented to the source language to display as much as font and content as possible in the original text. While the second is the dynamic equivalence, which emphasizes the effective of the recipient or the recipient response equivalence. So this also related to the ideology of the translation. Schneider stated that translation should be seen as the process of reproducing equivalence between two languages as well as communication traffic between two cultures. This also will stated by Naida in her definition. Lanjut. This is the translation definition made Newmark. Translation is a craft consisting in an attempt to replace written message or statement in one language by the same message uh, or the statement in another language. So if they have to say two languages, one language and another language means that source language and target language. But the operational word used in the language is very different from one to the other. One use the replace, but maybe neither use another one is reproduce. Yeah. Yeah. Lanjut. Go ahead. Yeah. According to Naida and Tabor, so this is a couple of married people who are very expert in the theory and practice of translation. Translation consists of reproducing in the receptor language the closest natural equivalent of the source language message, first in terms of meaning and secondly in terms of style. This is the text of Naida's theory. but I prefer to display the chart or the diagram of this definition because this also suggested some criteria of a good translation. Silakan ketik-ketik saja terus tindis center. Ya, translation principle of NIDA. First, reproducing the message. So the message doesn't change, only reproduce from the source language to the target language. I give you example. If an English people say I'm hungry, Indonesian people reproduce the message and say saya lapar. Maybe orang Mandar people reproduce the message into Mandar language. They say tambaya, apa itu? I'm hungry. Yeah, whatever you say, but this is you just reproduce the message, but the same meaning. It means you need food, to eat because you are hungry. So if people say I'm hungry, they need food. If Indonesian people the same message, saya lapar, dia butuh makan. Orang Mandar say tambaya, melon mande. Yeah. So the same message, but different language. So this is another say we can reproduce the message as many as possible you want, but don't change the message. But if you say I'm angry, karena salah dengar, you say I'm angry, you change the message. Karena I'm hungry, lapar, saya lapar, I'm angry, saya marah. So you translate Indonesia, English people say I'm hungry, but you translate into Indonesian, I'm angry, marah. Jadi orang tidak siapkan makanan karena you are angry according to Indonesian people, but only misinformation. So you change the message. It's very dangerous in translation if you have to misleading information. Equivalence rather than identity. Ya, yang paling penting, the most important thing is equivalence. Padanan, padanan. Equivalence. Equivalence is kesepadanan. Equivalent is padanan. Itu adalah kata sifat, ya. Tetapi kesepadanan itu equivalence. And a natural equivalent. There are two kind of equivalence, ya. So don't judge the equivalent from dictionary, because dictionary has only one lexical meaning. There are many kind of meaning in translation, maybe 7 or maybe 8. We have lexical translation, we have grammatical translation, we have lexical meaning, we have grammatical meaning, we have contextual meaning, we have textual meaning, we have cultural meaning, we have grammatical meaning, and many others. We have non-verbal meaning. Yeah. So all them should be translated into the target language. So if you just only use dictionary, you just only find the equivalent, only one style of meaning is called lexical meaning. Lexical meaning is not always equivalent of the translation. Yeah. Because if you say ibu in Indonesia, this produce many kind of meaning. But if you find only dictionary, ibu is only mother. If you say only father, you can say in the dictionary bapa. Maybe according to your concept, bapa is only the husband of mom. No. But if you say in Indonesia bapa adalah pendeta. Yeah, if you go to the church, you say, Bapa, I have anything, help me to Allah forgive my sin. Wahai Bapa. No, it's not. This is the father. So British people use natural equivalent for the husband of your mom is daddy. people call ayahnya itu daddy, bukan bapak ya, bukan father. Nah, pernah orang panggil, hey father, father, give me your money father. No, but they call, according to Western culture, they call the father with his name or daddy. There are many people call the father with only name. Mahmud, Mahmud, minta uangnya dong. Pada itu ayahnya. This always happen. So you never call your bapa your name, the name of your bapa. Yeah, except if you are a student and your bapa is the lecturer, and you have to see your bapa and your lecturer, just call Pak Mahmud, may I see you at 4 o'clock? Why you say Pak Mahmud, your father? Say, not only my father, he's my lecturer, so I come to see him in the context of lecturer and student. Yeah. So I didn't want to say my daddy in the campus, even though it's my daddy, my ayah, because the status is lecturer. So I have to call lecturer. But in Western country, even though you are student and your professor is your lecturer, you never call prof, but you call the name. It's always happen. Yeah. Professor Tajuk, just say Tajuk, Tajuk. And one day the professor say, anybody have the dictionary here? And suddenly the student just throw the dictionary to the lecturer. I'm Indonesian people panic. Ya. Bagaimana seorang mahasiswa melempar kamus ke dosennya dan dosennya langsung menada, tidak ada persoalan. Just say thank you. Simpang dictionary on the table, say thank you. Yeah. But this is the culture. And the cultural values should be also translated from source language to the target language. But it's not the topic we are going to discuss. Yeah? This is equivalent natural. What is the barometer of natural equivalence? Yeah? Depend on the native speaker. Native speaker. Last week, I have a student from Majene. He is graduated from S2. Yeah, he is writing about the synthetical problem Mandar language comparing English. Yeah. And they are alluding, we call it alluding, found that majority of simple sentence of Mandarinese use verb object plus verb plus subject. Example, if you translate according to English, maybe you say Yau mande bau. This is subject, predicate, object. This follow the English. But the natural equivalent, Mandar people do not say like that, but they say mandea bau. This means predicate, subject, object. So which one is natural? The second one. Even though the first one is not mistake, but not natural. But neither always propose that we have to use natural equivalence. I give you also one example. One day, one Indonesian people arrived in Heathrow Airport in London. He was panicked because he lost the number of the address of his going to go. So, but he still kept the telephone number. He said to the foreigner, to English, "Sir, may I borrow your mobile telephone? Only 1 minute, only a couple minutes." But the staff in the airport said no. No way. And he said to me, help me. Why people are very snow friendly? Yeah, it's very stingy. Kikir. No kikir because you don't use a natural equivalent. I remember Naida's principle. Use natural equivalent. Don't use borrow. Because borrow only Indonesian people use pinjam. Semua mau dipinjam. Pinjam, 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 dah kembali. Ya, itu mungkin dikira ke orang Indonesia selalu pinjam dah kembali, jadi he refuse to borrow. Coba kamu coba. May I use your telephone? Dan dia coba kepada orang lain dan dikasih. Please, why not? Dia senang dan dia menelpon, dia kembalikan dan thank you very much. Masalah sepele. Borrow artinya mean that you take someone else and you take away and you return after using it. Yeah. But you might use it at the same time, in the same place, and return it soon. To use perbedaannya. And there's no sequence you have to do if you use. But if you borrow, you have to return more than the thing you borrow. For instance, may I borrow your motorcycle? So motorcycle, if you use it, if you borrow it, you have to return it with the same gain. Ya, kamu harus kembalikan motor itu sesuai jumlah bensin yang kamu pinjam. Kembali, you have to isi bensin, but you borrow. But I have no money. May I borrow your motorcycle? People can understand. Saya tidak menuntut apa-apa isi bensin because you say I want to use your motorcycle. Bukan borrow your motorcycle. So this is in the natural equivalent. Ya, kalau you say borrow, orang pikir-pikir karena bayangannya itu you take away and you might return it tomorrow. Padahal maybe you are going to use it simultaneously in the same time, in the same place. So this is natural equivalent according to Naida. Kemudian the clauses, ya. Ya, yang keempat ini the clauses. Equivalent juga harus clauses, ya. Clauses. Now, next week will be the Christmas holidays. In Western countries, Christmas always the same in the winter time. But this is the core of winter time in the Christmas. So snow, fall down from the sky to the land, and it can touch the trees, the building, the cars, and everything, and make it white everywhere. Snow. So what's happening in the Christmas? Every day they see the snow at the Christmas trees. This is always remind him, outside of the Christmas times. So what they image, if we say Christmas time, they make imagination about the Christmas tree with the snow. Because in the winter time, so everywhere. So they don't need to bring the Christmas time in the house, in the dining room, because Christmas days everywhere with the natural snow. But what about Christianity in Indonesia would like to celebrate the Christmas like in Western countries? They put the Christmas trees in their house, but they don't have snow. But they have the clauses. What is the clauses of snow? cotton, kapas. So they bought a lot of cottons and put, yeah, try to put on the Christmas trees, uh, just to make the imagination become true that this is Christmas. Why they have to use cottons? Because this only cotton very close to the snow. Like in Australia, there are many sheep, domba. But in Indonesia, we don't have sheep. Like snow, we never seen sheep and snow except in the television. You never touch domba, you never touch snow, but you know snow, you know sheep, domba. But if someone need explanation about domba, it is impossible. But translator have the strategies. We have to find the closest one. The closest one of domba is kambing. Kambing. Even though kambing and domba are different, but this is the closest. You can explain the size, yeah, uh, the characteristic of domba. They eat grass and fruit and many others, vegetables, the same. Yeah, but I don't want to find the difference between sheep and goats, kambing. Yeah, but we can say only the closest one is only kambing. Maybe some people say biri-biri closest than kambing, but even though biri-biri is very rare in Indonesia, yeah. So we don't have sheep in Indonesia. We never seen except the television. This is the closest according to NEDA, yeah. Okay. Uh, Another one, first in terms of meaning and secondly in terms of style. Translator try to transfer the two kinds, meaning and form, meaning and the style of language. Meaning is okay, it's not difficult to transfer, but the form is not to transfer from soft language to the target language because every language has different rule, norm, different culture. So that is why when I ask you to translate I eat fish, you cannot force the structure of the Mandarinese from English. You say yau mande bau because this is you try to transfer the structure of the sentence from language into target language. Yeah. But you use the meaning. Meaning is the same, the message is the same, but the language is different. This is first intent of meaning, secondly intent of style. So if we have to transfer the two kinds, but the target language accept only the meaning, I will marry a beautiful girl. I will marry a beautiful girl. Saya akan menikahi a beautiful girl, perempuan cantik. You cannot say saya akan menikahi cantik perempuan. So we have to transfer the structure. You have to say saya akan menikahi cantik perempuan. But in the target language, that doesn't exist. Will be rejected. Doesn't make sense. So you have to change the style, but you have to push the priority of the meaning. So you have to change into saya akan menikahi perempuan cantik. Bukan cantik perempuan. Cantik perempuan, beautiful girls, okay. This is English style. English rule. Di mana adjective menerangkan noun, so you put adjective before noun. But in Indonesian, you put noun before adjective. So this different. Okay? We move. So the equivalent according to Hood is an element of the language which contains the same message as the source language. Hood adopted the translation theory developed by Naida in his book. Maaf, ini bukan in his book, but this is her book. This is persoalan sebenarnya gender and translation. Ketika kita terjemahkan bukunya, otomatis penerjemah menerjemahkan his book. Padahal sebenarnya yang kami maksud ini her book. Karena Naida itu wanita. Jadi in her book, Toward a Science of Translating. Okay. Jadi itulah equivalent. Ya. Who the language contain the same message. Jadi kalau perlu tidak, bukan verbal language. Maybe you use non-verbal language, but this can fix the same message. If a very difficult to explain in the verbal language, you can explain in a non-verbal language. Yeah, as long as you convince that this is the equivalent of the message. Ya. Lanjut. So we move to the process of translation. Translation generally refers to the definition of translation. It is the process of moving from original text to mental representation and how it differ from the original text. Naida and Tabor draws the process of translation which involves three basic steps. One is analysis. Secondly, the transfer. And thirdly is the recapturing. Move, kita akan lihat diagramnya. Karena Naida mengatakan ada diagram. So this is short language text. The text we are going to translate into another language. Yeah. So you have to be very close to the short language text. You have to understand very well and then analyze what we are going to analyze to the short language text. You have to analyze the synthetical problem, the semantical problem, sociocultural problem. So three very important aspects you have to analyze before going to transfer. So if you have analyzed the text of the short language, you move to the transfer. Transfer is the most difficult step in translating because this is what we call mental work, mental process. Ya, in bahasa Indonesia we call it proses batinnya. Because you try to understand the text, but you cannot explain to the other people, you cannot write down to the paper, you just put in your brain, yeah, that's the concept. Just like reading. If you read something, you just understand, but you cannot explain to the other people. You cannot write down. Even though you are academic writing, you just text and try to close and rewrite again. Maybe you can do it, but it's not the same. Yeah? Maybe you write randomly. Okay, transfer. If you want to produce target language in the receptor language, target text in the receptor language, you have to put in structuring. Yeah. In bahasa Indonesia we call apa ini? How to say in bahasa Indonesia? I know we are going to say, but I cannot say in your language. But I can say only in English. Yeah. But I know about the text. So this is we call it menerjemahkan. Yeah, this is menerjemahkan, but you have to put in the restructuring target language. Ya, ya seperti saya tadi itu I eat fish. You restructed the message I eat fish into Mandarinese in the restructuring form of the Mandarin language Mandiabau. Ya, itu adalah restruksi hasil daur ulang di bahasa yang diinginkan. Ini juga it's not easy ya to restruct the message from source language text into the receptor language, because you have to be careful, you have to understand. That is Nadia said that you have to master, to have a good competence in both language, source language in target language. So you have to restruct into standard language, ya, standard language or natural language of the target language. Ya, itu baru lahir receptor language. This is the process of translation. So translation is just not read the text and then write down the translation. It's not professional. It's not professional translator. So to be a professional, according to Professor Hood, you have to follow the steps of the translation process. There are many experts put some other component in the step, but this is original step, yeah, designed by NIDA. Only three important things: analysis, transfer, and restructuring. Yeah. Translation method, yeah. Translation methods can be divided into two sides, yeah. According to Mas Heli, yeah, adopted by the Newman, yeah, that translation method divided into two sides. On the right side, on the left side, those who are emphasized or faithful to the source language text, while on the other side, those who emphasize to the target language side. So in this side, the translator have ideology, we call it internationalization. So they have to translate with the first method, word for translation. Yeah, to reflect about the faithful to the source language text, yeah. So they have to try to use word for word translation. But this is not this is rigid translation. Yeah, this is not translation, because faithful versus freedom. I say in bahasa Indonesia, ini ideologi berkaitan kesetiaan dan kebebasan. Mungkin kalau enggak setia itu bagus, tapi penerjemah setia itu kadang kaku, ya, kaku. Ya, itu persoalannya. Kita setia tapi hasilnya kaku. You can imagine if one translate the sentence word for word, it must be rigid. It's not flexible. Another one is literary translation. We call it bahasa Indonesia terjemahan harfiah, sama dengan textual translation. So there are many people always do something wrong because of misinterpretation about the literary translation. In Al-Quran said that la takrabu zina, This is only literary translation, textual translation. If you just read, you just understand only literary translation or textual translation, yeah, you don't want to obey it. You're against about the surah because this is only textual. But the meaning, pragmatically, uh, have pragmatic translation, ya. Dia punya terjemahan pragmatik, makna di balik itu. Ya. So Allah don't like Cina. This is important in pragmatic. Allah do not like Cina, so they use it. Yeah, don't go near to Cina. La taqrabu Cina. Yeah, but the people who just understand only literary translation, I can do it because Allah only say us don't stay near. You must be away from the one. But Allah didn't say explicitly then don't do it. Just say don't stay near. So this is about textual meaning of translation. So you have to be careful. So in translating the text, not only use literary translation. So you have to use idiomatic translation. Another one is semantic translation. This is near to communicative translation, but the text is uh, still like the very linguistic, yeah, very linguistic. Yeah. Communicative translation, the orientation is how the community of the reader understand the text. Yeah, I to make it the translation easy for them. That is communicative translation. And idiomatic translation, they try to translate idiomatic expression in a short language into the target language. So this is a very brilliant translator, and uh, I think that this is the best one. Yeah. Because if free translation, they must be very dangerous. If people do not see the text, but they try to translate the text according to subjectivity of the translators. Free translation, yeah. Yeah. Maybe the order of the text, maybe protest that, oh, you translate in different meaning according to my target this one, but you translate in different my intention. Jadi saya menulis teks ini tujuannya ini, tapi Anda menerjemahkan di luar dari my intention, di luar dari siapa niat saya. So this is warming to the free translator. Another one is adaptation. No, this is not really the method of translation, but this is the change the media from textbook into film, like this one, Mahabharat, Carmilla in the novel, and we can see also the film Carmilla, but adopted from the original uh, literary work novel. Oh, they have the same story, they have the same character, and many others, but different media. This is only adaptation. So this is the method in translation, which is divided into two sides. Either they emphasize into the short language text or the target language text. Ideology, this one is called internationalization, and this one is called domesticalization. Yeah, we still have time, moderator? Hello,
Yes, Prof.
we still
I
have
think that,
time?
yes, Prof. I think that's time for question and answer by participants and you. So thank you very
But I just want to give you the last slide, yeah,
much. Okay,
because
okay.
very important.
Okay, Prof.
Yeah, go to the three last slide before. Thank you very much. Yeah, this one. Okay. Yeah, this is the competence of translators. Translator. Uh, Before this slide, can you move to before the slide, the previous slide? Yeah. Undivided qualities and skill into innate and acquirable categories. Yeah. Innate means that let us say in the Indonesian equivalent itu di bawah lahir. Ya, masalah language itu ada yang innate, ada yang acquirable. Banyak orang namanya gifted with survival with language. Orang ditakdirkan untuk menguasai banyak bahasa. Itu ada ya. Tidak selamanya orang ya bisa. Pertama, a good translator is bright and quick on the uptake. Ya, itu maksudnya itu siaga, cepat. Jadi mempelajari bahasa dia itu cepat ya. Ya. Kemudian acquisitive and alert, ada fully initiative ya. Jadi selalu berinisiatif, menunggu bola tidak bagus, harus mendatangi bola. Ya. Jadi karena ini this translation also industry, so we have to be initiative, to be aggressive, ya, and gifty with survive with language, okay, and flexible, ya, jangan rigid, don't rigid. The opposite of flexible is rigid. Ya, terus ini ada aspek-aspek yang di bawah lahir. Kemudian acquirable itu yang bisa di you can learn, you can be trained to obtain the acquirable. Good translation can acquire stamina, ya, stamina. You must be healthy, keep healthy, good stamina, keep your immune, ya, ya. Methodological, ya. Jadi kerjanya Anda itu punya metode, tidak serampangan, sistematis, research skill, ya, ada punya pengetahuan research skill, pengetahuan metodologi, pengetahuan penelitian, computer literacy and touch typing skill, ya, jadi dia punya illiterate, ya, literate di bidang IT, ya, bisa komputer, bisa suka main dengan komputer, namanya IT literate. Ya, jadi lawannya itu adalah ini dia literate. The ability to work under pressure. Ya, ini juga dilatih bagaimana kerja dengan tekanan yang begitu berat, ya, pekerjaan berat, kemudian pelanggan semuanya serba cepat, menelpon terus, bagaimana, what is my translation result, I will come to pay you and you have to prepare for me, and this is under pressure, ya. The ability to work under pressure, the ability to work quickly and absorb new information rapidly. You have to find the innovative, ya, like IT, like electronic dictionary, ya, digital dictionary, digital translation tool, many others, ya. Jadi kalau ada program-program baru, ada good program, you have to learn and use it. Ya. Ada new application, you have to learn it, master it, and use it. You share to the other people. So you also have to a member of professional organization. So you have to make Perhimpunan Penerjemah Indonesia, enroll to be a member, and because there are many meetings to increase your quality, many seminar, many quality insurance. Okay? Terus lagi sedikit, acquire the ability to check their own and other work. Ya. Jadi ada kemampuan untuk mengecek pekerjaan kita pekerjaan orang lain. Jadi you have to make error analysis. Error analysis. Jadi selalu membuat error analysis for your own translation and other people translation. The ability to write well in the mother tongue. So in translation, we have to practice two language skill, writing and reading. Reading before translating, writing after translating. Ya, jadi tidak meninggalkan begitu saja. Saya sudah terjemahkan, tinggalkan begitu saja. So you have to rewrite in academic writing. Ya mungkin di situ you have to make addition, correction the error, and many others. So the ability to write well in the mother tongue, especially subject knowledge. Jadi kita punya ada keilmuan selain translation itu ada like economic, ya, not only language, economic, law, engineering, or maybe health, biology, and many. This is especially subject knowledge. Go, maybe the last one. Yes, thank you very much for your attention. Question and please.
Okay, thank you, Prof, for the participations. And for participants, the distinguished participants, the questions can be typed over the link provided by the committee. And I got one question here. Prof, is it okay if you read directly from the box chat in this Zoom?
Adam? Yeah? Yeah?
Would you
Okay.
like to check the box now because the questions was typed there, was typed on this box chat.
Box mean chatting.
Yes, yes, Prof. Or let me read it for you.
Okay.
The student is from Universitas Sulawesi Barat. Her name is Fitriani. Well, she's asking about the prosperity of being a translator in Indonesia. Kesejahteraannya, Prof.
Kesejahteraan.
Yes, kesejahteraan for translator in Indonesia. Because she plans to be a translator of a novel. So you may take your time to answer the question, Prof.
Okay, thank you very much. I reluctant to answer this one if kesejahteraan because even though I'm not a translator, I'm only a lecturer on translation. But I'm not sejahtera yet, yeah. I'm not sejahtera yet. But I think that the only subject in your department can produce money as soon as possible is translation. You can check one by one what is the subject, teaching. You are going to teach English after graduation. Yeah, you have to get certificate. You have to attend a teaching course. But in translation, anytime you are going uh, to translate, to help people to translate from English to Indonesian, yeah, because the qualification to be a translator is not so rigid and complicated. You can understand the two language. But for the beginning, you have to do English Indonesian translation. Don't do it Indonesian English translation. If you have order to translate Indonesian to English, you have to reject it because 10 times difficulties. Ya. Mungkin ada 10 kali lebih berat dibandingkan English to Indonesian translation. Ya. Rather than Indonesian English translation. So, kamu mulai saja dulu dengan bahasa Inggris Indonesia ya. Nah, this is the first criteria. You have to know linguistic. You have to know the two languages, short language and target language. Secondly, you have to know the subject you are going to translate. If you are going to translate economics, ya minimal kamu sedikit memiliki pengetahuan walaupun dangkal about economic, you know well about macroeconomy, microeconomy, you know well about marketing, you know well about the advertisement and many others, ya. banking, etc. Ya, ada sedikit lah, ada subjek. Tapi kalau lebih banyak bagus. Tapi kalau you don't have knowledge about engineering, perkapalan, civil engineering, or maybe health, medical treatment, it's better to reject it. Ya. Kamu tidak mempunyai background ilmu terhadap itu, ya tolak saja. Kamu jangan bikin penyakit. Kamu terima dan kamu stres. Ya, karena itu bukan bidang ilmu Anda. Okay. Yang ketiga yang Anda harus ketahui, you know the theory, the method, the strategy, how to translate. Makanya Anda mengikuti mata kuliah teori terjemahan. Itu kalau sudah lulus itu sudah bisa itu. Sudah memenuhi kriteria semua. Nah, kita jangan dulu cari apa profesinya ya, apa kesejahteraannya. Nah, kesejahteraan itu berkaitan dengan profesi Anda. Kalau sudah menjadi penerjemah yang profesional, akan datang banyak orderan, ya, Anda sudah bisa pasang target. Tetapi sekarang karena kita tidak punya lagi GBHN, garis besar haluan negara, anggaran belanja negara, APBN ya, APBN. Itu APBN terakhir itu sudah ada target di sana ya. Tapi orang yang digaji itu adalah orang yang a member of Himpunan Penerjemah Indonesia. Ya, jadi Anda diuji kompetensi, ya, sertifikasi, dan itu kalau Anda menjadi ada 3 kompetensi di sini untuk mendapatkan gaji yang banyak sebagai penerjemah. Pertama, ada namanya certificate translators. Yang kedua, penerjemah bersumpah ya. Ada penerjemah bersumpah, ya seperti pengacara disumpah. Jadi tidak boleh berbohong dalam menerjemah. Dan itu hanya terjadi pada penerjemah ilmu-ilmu hukum, ya, ilmu tata negara, seperti itu. Ya, arsip negara ya, seperti itu. Jadi itu gajinya banyak kalau Anda lulus di seperti itu. Kemudian ada juga yang amatiran ya, amatir, ada bersertifikat tapi amatir. Ya, jadi seperti itu. Ada namanya penerjemah profesional, ada amatir, ada juga namanya intellectual translators, ya. Ada namanya professional translator, ada amateur translator ya. Ada part-timer translator, itu hanya nyambi saja ya. Ya kalau mahasiswa ini nyambi saja. Anda cukup muat di WA menerima jasa penerjemahan khusus Inggris Indonesia. Oke. Kasih nomor WA, nomor ini, Anda akan ada banyak dokumen masuk, Anda terjemahkan dan dapat uang. Very simple. Jadi kalau kesejahteraan mulai dulu, belajar dulu, memperbaiki kompetensi, quality, baru kita bicara. Tapi saya yakin bahwa in the future times penerjemah itu akan menghasilkan uang, ya. Karena penerjemah itu tidak ditentukan oleh umur. Mulai SMA boleh menerjemah sampai orang pensiun. Saya baru mau menerjemah kalau nanti pensiun. Karena saya sekarang saya tidak boleh nyambi. Kalau nyambi, nanti juga teman penerjemah tersinggung. Jadi saya dosen, it's rain here, so very sorry ya. Jadi saya katakan tadi, penerjemah yang profesional sekarang dibayar 50 sampai 100 ribu per lembar ya. Kalau interpreter profesional itu digaji per jam ya, bisa 50.000 per jam ya. Kalau misalnya interpreternya Jokowi itu ya, jadi kalau dia menemani Jokowi ke luar negeri, dia bisa dibayar 100 juta per jam. Ya, silakan kalau ada nanti dijawab karena ini ribut ya, noisy. Hujan keras dan tidak bisa, saya sendiri tidak mendengar apa yang saya bilang. Nah, ribut ya. Tapi mungkin kalau di sana tidak ribut, ya bisa dengar ya, tapi sumber suaranya dari sini. Ya mungkin kalau ada pertanyaan lewat WA juga nggak apa-apa, saya akan jawab walaupun di luar ini karena saya dosen terjemah di Universitas Anda ya, jadi khusus mereka yang mengambil mata kuliah ini boleh ditulis di WA, saya jawab. Thank you very much.
On behalf of committee and Universitas Sulawesi Barat, and I appreciate your participation about the best translation in the context of communication process. Well, that is the end of the presentation. Now, I'd like to invite Dr. Nugroho. He's one of our visiting lecturers at the University of Jakarta, and he's going to have quiz. The time is yours, Mr. Radit.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Sukma. Let me share the screen first. Hello everyone, welcome to our seminar. My name is Duyadi Nugroho. I'm from Sulawesi Barat University and I will be hosting for today's quiz. Okay, I would love you for joining our quiz by going to Mentimeter and using the code 91, 79, and 88. Or you can just click the link that I've provided in the chat box. And once you are in, please let me know. We'll get start in a few seconds. And if you are joining us now, thank you very much and welcome to this quiz. Okay, to participate in the quiz, go to Mentimeter once again and click the code 9179 and 88 or click the link that I've shared in the chat box, okay? Okay, let's see, we'll get started in a couple of minutes, so make sure that you have to go to mentimeter.com. Okay, let's see how many people are joining. There are still 14. Okay, let's wait for a minute, okay? Okay, come on. Okay, everyone, once again, you can join the quiz by open the mentimeter.com or just click the link that I've shared in the box. Okay, let's see how many. Okay, there's already 22. Okay, awesome. Okay, today's quiz is going to be about the cycle model based translation teaching approach. So I hope you are still remember the yesterday's material, okay? Okay, before we start, once again, the code for this room is 91, 79, and 88 to join the quiz. Okay, when joining, you will see that you have been assigned in an avatar. Feel free and add your nickname. And if you don't worry, an automatic name will be assigned for you. So please join. Okay, let's see. There are already 31. Okay. Let's see a couple. Let's wait for a couple minutes again, okay? Okay. Already 34. Make sure everyone gets to join the quiz. Use your smartphone or open a new browser tab and go to mentimeter.com. Do not forget to type your name, okay? There will be a small gift from us to you if you are win, of course. Okay, 32. Is it okay? No, no, no. 31. Let's wait for another minute, okay? Okay, once again, you gonna answer 5 questions from yesterday tutorial, and you have only about 20 seconds. You only have a time 20 seconds for to answer it. Okay, I think that's enough. Let's start the countdown. Okay, get ready and go. First question, what are the 3 components of tripartite cycle of model base? Okay, 14 seconds to go. Come on, answer it, please. You only have about 9 seconds left. Okay. Okay, time's up. Oh, nice. We have a lot of smart people in here. Okay, thank you. Okay, let's go to the next question, okay? Question 2. Okay. Seconds to go. Let's see how many people get the right answer. Time's up. And let's see. Oh, okay, 19 people get it right. Okay, next questions. Question 3 of 5. Look at your phone and answer the questions. What are the 3 elements of qualified translations? Okay, 7 seconds to go. Come on. 3, 2, 1. Time's up. And let's see. Oh my God. We have divided. Now only 10 people get it right. Okay, next question, please. Question 4 of 5. Okay, this is the text writers did this except. Okay, remember except. Okay, 5 seconds to go. 3, 2, 1, and time's up. Let's see how many people get it right. Okay, great. 20 people. Awesome. Okay, last questions. Okay, the teachers did this as a writer, except. Seconds to go. 7 seconds to go. 3, 2, 1, and time's up. Okay, let's see how many people get it right. Okay, great. 20 people get it right. Okay, let's see who is the winner for this quiz. Okay, Okay, congratulations to Ernie. You got 3,967 points. Okay, congratulations. You are the winner of this quiz. Okay, thank you very much. Let's stop this here. Okay, I think that's for this. That's all for me. Okay, thank you very much for participating of this quiz. Thank you very much, and see you again in the next occasion. Okay, bye bye. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Mr. Kumawati. Okay, bye bye.
All right, thank you, sir. It's utterly interesting game. And finally, you got a winner. So for the winner, Miss Ernie, you may text me via chat privately from the box about your mobile phone number so I can easily contact you for the prize. Okay, for sure. Well, the presentation of Professor from Japan is going to be continued after the recess, after the break time. So, hello, Professor. Prof. Obari.
Hi, how are you? Yeah, good afternoon. Yep.
Good afternoon, Prof.
Yes.
So,
What
we're
time is
going.
that we're going to start at 1:15?
So,
Oh,
one
okay,
more
good.
hour, Prof.
1:15, right?
Yes.
13:15, like 15 minutes past 1. My talk will start, right?
Okay, Prof. Yes,
Yes,
exactly.
I gave you, I sent you the today's PowerPoint PDF file and also the YouTube file, okay?
Okay,
I
Prof.
just sent it too.
Okay.
And could you give me the co-host, oh yes, I became a, and
From yes.
yes, I'd like to try some computer because I'm using many videos, so
Wih, mantap.
Oh,
is that okay? And just I will upload my slide and I will test, Can't you see the slide?
yes, Prof. We can
Okay.
see it clearly.
Yeah. Just I will quickly go over, and some video part I'm a little bit worried about. Excuse me.
It's an interdisciplinary field that focuses on the simulation and reproduction.
What is the sound? Sound is okay?
Yes, Prof. Yes.
No problem, right?
No problem.
Okay.
Yes. It's
Yeah.
clear.
Okay. Spots and G skills.
How is the weather today? Currently, in Kurohama it's 23 degrees Celsius with mostly cloudy skies.
Excuse me, one more, several slide.
Got another question about this. He changed from incident to real question.
Okay.
while I'm doing what I enjoy. Next is AI.
Now I'm going to be talking about.
As we saw earlier, a large part of purpose is shaped by
kind of people that are connected. Good afternoon. Okay, good.
First virtual reality language learning platform.
I think it's okay. Yeah, thank you very much. Yeah. So I'm going to start at 1:15, like.
Yes, Prof. 1 hour to go.
So no problem, right? You could listen to the sound or video, no problem, right?
No
Is
problem,
that
Prof.
clear to you? Okay, good. Yeah. Your name is, how do you pronounce your name?
Sukma, Prof. Sukma.
Sukumawati.
Yes.
Sukumawati. Oh, okay.
Sukma.
Thank you. Yeah, you are moderator, you know.
Okay.
Okay. Yep. My name is Hiroyuki Obari. Yeah.
Okay.
You call me OB. Nice meeting you. Know.
Nice to meet you, Prof.
Yeah.
It's an honor to have you in this forum, Prof. I
Yeah.
have
Thank
read
you much.
your CV and oh my God, that is
Oh,
totally inspiring and incredible.
oh. I may be going to send you some article I recently wrote about this, talk and the AI and the how we could effectively use AI speaker to teach language and communication. I often gave a presentation at many major international conferences, computer-assisted language learning conference.
Okay.
Yeah. Did you get my talk? I mean, today's PDF file.
Yes, Prof. I have just downloaded.
Yes, I think everybody gonna get it. And then
Yeah.
the PDF file.
You
If my
have
video
shared it
doesn't
to the
work,
chat box, and
yeah,
everyone is seeing that.
yeah.
I believe that lots of them,
Oh,
lots of students and participants downloaded yours.
I see.
Yes, that is actually interesting.
Hmm. So
Oh, I beg your pardon, Prof. The audio is muted.
yes, I know. And okay. Are we coming back soon? Okay.
Okay, Prof.
Excuse me, is moderator there? I'm wondering what time I'm supposed to talk, just moderator, I'd like to contact you.
Yes, Prof. Yes. Our time here will be started 12:50.
12:50. Okay.
Yes, 12:50.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay. Thank you. Yep.
Yes, Prof. Yes.
Good afternoon, Prof. I'm awfully sorry because now in Indonesia it's still 9 to 12 p.m., Prof. Sorry, 9 to 1 p.m.
Oh, okay. Yeah, no problem. Yeah.
So, yes, so 15 more minutes, Prof. I'm sorry.
That's okay.
Yes,
So
Prof.
we're going to
15
start
more
at
minutes.
in 15 minutes, All right.
Yes, Prof.
No
Yes.
problem. Yeah.
Astaga. Okay, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, the international conference is going to be started again. So please be in this forum soon. Okay. Okay, welcome back to the international webinar and workshop for translation, pedagogy, and language industry towards Industrial Revolution 4.0, Universitas Sulawesi Barat. The next presentation is with Professor Hiroyuki Ubari, who is going to present his interesting and cutting-edge topic using artificial intelligence and ICT in language teaching in Japan before and during COVID-19. As an information, Professor Hiroyuki Obari is currently working at College of Economics, Aoyama Gakuin University. He attained bachelor degree at University of Oklahoma, United States of America, then pursued master degree from International Christian University, and also graduated from Columbia University for his Master of TESOL and a doctoral degree in computer science at University of Tsukuba. In further, Professor Haruyuki had several incredible visiting academic programs to University of Oxford for 3 times. The last one was undertaken in February 2008 to March 2020. It is such an honor to welcome Professor Hiroyuki Obari to present his presentation. The time is yours, Professor.
Okay, I'd like to share my slide first, okay.
Yes, please.
Can you see this slide? Can you see
yes,
this
Professor.
slide?
Yes,
okay.
Prof.
Yes, it's clear.
Okay. Good afternoon, Excellency, to the Rector of Unsuba and also Head of the UPT, Professor Tusa Bahasa, and ladies and gentlemen, distinguished honored guest, and my contact person, Mr. Aswad Muhammad, and the moderator, Dr. Sakma Tia. Thank you all for your kind invitation. I am very delighted to have this opportunity to give a talk this afternoon. And I have been to your country several times for the conferences. Actually, my former pastor, Baba Seno, used to be a missionary to Indonesia for about 10 years. So in his sermon, he often talked about what was going on in Indonesia. I have also many, many friends in Indonesia. Today, I'd like to share my teaching experiences in using ICT and AI, the latest technology. The title of my today's talk is Using AI and ICT in Language Teaching Before and with COVID-19 in Japan. Dominus eliminatio mea, it's a very famous Latin word. It's taken from Psalm 27:1. And this is a University of Oxford motto. And also this is the motto of our university. And just at the in front of Aoyama Gakuin University gate, this, my university is situated in Shibuya. It's the busiest downtown area in Tokyo. And so this university is very famous for ladies, And John Wesley's statue is just, up there at the entrance. And when he passed away, what he said lastly was, the best of all, God is with us. I think you all believe in Allah in the Old Testament. I am a Christian, that's why I just brought up this. And my university was founded about 150 years ago on the Methodist faith, And now let me start. 21st century society 5.0 and the digital transformation era. I think 21st century has already brought astonishing technological achievement from smartphone to Internet of Everything. So more or less our lives are transformed in many ways, and the world of work and education is dramatically affected. So in today's talk, I'd like to touch upon how to create a successful transition into new ways of teaching in the 21st century. So this is my outline. My presentation is divided into 9 parts. First, the paradigm shift, then history of AI, and what the Society 5.08 is, and 21st century skills, and case study before COVID-19, and use of smart speaker. Then I will explain 3 case studies with COVID-19 summary and conclusion. And I set up 3 research questions. The first research question is, how effective is the use of AI in teaching EFL in Japan? The second question is, how to integrate 21st century skills into education? And then thirdly, how to train the higher order thinking skills. And now we are facing sort of a paradigm shift because of these important factors. First is the advancement of ICT mobile technologies. I think you all have a sort of smartphone, so you can, get any information, or sometimes you can participate in the classroom lessons with ICT or mobile technologies. And the second one is a cloud environments. I have never used book and paper pencils for the past about 5 years. So everybody's on the cloud. And so that's why once you get into the computer or internet, you can learn anything, anywhere, anytime. It's a sort of a seamless learning. Third one is the advancement of artificial intelligence and big data and IoT. Those things are now intervening in our society. And this year we are suffering from COVID-19. So I think we are facing a sort of a paradigm shift in every field of our life. This is a mobile technologies and Facebook. I don't know how many people are using Facebook. And I have been using Facebook for the past 15 years as a sort of a learning management system, And then now AI, big data, and IoT. I think I have sent you the link, this history of AI. My colleague, the Professor Steve Lambach, he's American. He has been teaching at the university for almost 20 years. I often do the sort of joint research. And he is well versed in the history of AI. So I want you to just listen for 8 minutes, and then based upon his talk, I will go on to talk.
It's an interdisciplinary field that focuses on the simulation and reproduction of human intelligence and thinking processes. AI is used to describe machines and computers that are able to mimic or approximate cognitive functions associated with the human mind. such as learning and problem solving. Going back through centuries, even in the 17th century, there were scientists who were interested in looking at the brain and human beings and seeing if they could recreate them in their laboratory. So the roots of AI goes back centuries. And but the term AI, artificial intelligence, was first coined at the Dartmouth conference back in 1956. And so these are the founding fathers of AI. I don't know if you're familiar with any of these names. I know Marvin Minsky from MIT. All of these guys are the patriarchs of artificial intelligence. Looking at a timeline of AI, I've highlighted just a couple here you might be familiar with. I just mentioned 1956, the birth of AI at Dartmouth. You might have remembered 1997, IBM Deep Blue, who beat a chess world champion. And more recently, Google came out in 2012 with the Now voice assistant. And 2015, Amazon came out with Echo. Just another brief outline. I don't want to say too much about AI, although I probably have already. 1950s, AI focused on problem solving. The 60s and 70s moved toward the creation of intelligent robots. The 80s on neural network. The 1990s on internet technology and network environments. And then in the 2000s until recently, more interactive robots, big data, IoT, deep learning, and so forth. Stephen Hawking, the famous scientist who passed away, I guess about a year ago, he said, "The rise of powerful AI will be either the best or the worst thing ever to happen to humanity. We do not yet know which." And Elon Musk, the famous billionaire industrialist, says that AI is a fundamental existential risk for human civilization. At the current rate that it's advancing, AI will one day cross over a threshold, and humans may forever lose the ability to control it. So, like many people, we have our doubts about AI and our fears. But AI, of course, has many upsides and many positive aspects. And one is in education. AI has had a very positive effect so far, we feel, although it's not yet ready to replace teachers, which is a good thing for us. But we think of AI as augmenting our field and our tasks in the classroom. There is a real potential of AI to therefore extend human capabilities and the possibilities for teaching, learning, and research. These are the most frequently used technologies in AI today. I think if you look at things, we're going to talk about virtual assistants with the smart speakers, which involves natural language processing. But recently, Japan has been spearheading self-driving technologies and the robotics field as well. And so AI has been advancing in all of these areas. In looking at the AI speaker, which is the focus of a lot of our presentation today, it's a wireless device with artificial intelligence activated through voice command. And it is a form of a virtual personal assistant. Amazon, Alexa, and Google Home Mini are the two most popular assistants today. The capabilities of smart speakers can be enabled to develop new personalized skills. And if you look at a timeline of the personal assistants, Apple Siri in 2011 came out. This was the first voice-based assistant, part of a smartphone. It came out in iPhone 4S. Wow, it just seems like yesterday, 9 years ago. Google Now came out in 2012. And then finally, the first smart speaker, so to speak, first one came out in 2014 with the Amazon Echo. and Echo Dot, the small version. Google hit the market in 2016 with Assistant and Home. And we're going to talk a little bit about Home Mini, the small version. Just last month, Amazon came out with its 4th generation Echo. Down here, you can see, I'm sorry, the bottom center, the blue one, the new one has a state-of-the-art microphone and speaker system. Of course, it's a little more expensive. We'll show you the pricings of these at the end in case you're interested in purchasing one. And then also recently, Apple hit the market with the HomePod Mini. Just a few facts about smart speakers. Alexa holds about a 70% market share at present. And you might not know that smart speaker sales now are more than smartphones and tablets, most likely due to the inexpensive, the difference in cost. 1/3 of smart speaker owners, they use their smart speaker instead of using their smartphone for many of their tasks. 1 in 5 adults in the US now have access to a smart speaker, and that prediction is to increase up to 55% of households by 2022. And but only 4% of the world's population now at present has a smart speaker. These are the common uses, of course, looking for online information. Did you know web searches now, 50% are done by voice command. Listening to music, of course, a smart speaker has a great speaker system, so a majority of people just like to tune into their favorite playlists. Ordering products, looking for recipes, all kinds of things now that you can do with your smart speaker. And if you look at a breakdown by time of day, early morning, checking the weather in the news and traffic and things, midday, creating lists, shopping lists and things like that. Dinner time, looking for a restaurant to go to, checking out a recipe, family activities, games.
Okay, you can do a lot of things with a smart speaker, and you don't have to necessarily buy Google Home Mini or Alexa. And nowadays, it's available for your smartphone. If you download the Alexa appli, you can use that appli as a sort of a smart speaker. So you'll be encouraged to use that, download Alexa appli. Okay. Now let me talk about Society 5.0. And in Japan, you see we are preparing the sort of a Society 5.0. It's a sort of a data-driven society. Integration of cyberspace and physical space. And so we try to tackle economic development, the social problems with integration of cyberspace and the physical space. And the algorithm is very important, for the Society 5.0. And the Society 5.0 is a sort of a smart society. This turned out to be paved with an important role of the technology in areas such as the Internet of Things, IoT, and AI, artificial intelligence, and cyber physical system, VR, AR, big data. If you use a big data, you could do some learning analytics, learning things. Okay, I will talk about it later. So that's why I think the teachers' roles have been totally changed. We used to teach a lot, and we interact with the student, we assess the student performance. But nowadays, teachers' role has been totally changed. We are supposed to be the facilitator, curator, and mentor. Those three are very important keywords for modern teachers. And now let me move on to the 21st century skills. I think you're all over, you are very familiar with this term. Okay, early 21st century, and here the Trilling and the Federal proposed this ideas: 3 R's, reading, writing, arithmetic, and the 7 C's, critical thinking, problem solving, creativity, innovation, collaboration, teamwork, cross-cultural understanding, communication, media literacy, computing, ITC literacy. The 7th is a career learning, self-reliance. So we really focus on the 7 C's in education. But I think I have to add one more C's. You see, as I mentioned, AI and big data and IoT is everywhere now. So I think we have to learn how to coexist with AI. And some famous scientist, Kurzweil, predicted AI is going to be reaching the singularity by 2045. And Professor Osborne, he predict in the book of Future of Employment, his article, it said 48% of present type of job will disappear. Okay, and Harari is a famous historian. He wrote *Sapiens: A Brief History of Humankind*. He's very popular now. He was also educated in Oxford. I think he was majoring in history. And the Harari predict that the people will be divided into two camps. Two camps means one camp is just you're going to use AI. The other camp is you will be used by AI. So I think we have to take a responsibility to educate the young people not to be used by AI, in the future. And here, let me move on to the next slide. Kurzweil, he's a very famous scientist. And Kurzweil described his law of accelerating returns, which predicts an exponential increase in technology like computers, genetics, robotics, and artificial intelligence. So once the singularity has been reached by 2045, machine intelligence will be infinitely more powerful than all human intelligence combined. That's his definition of singularity. And I think the prediction of AI development is, now, AI could deal with big data, respond to us, just like I'm going to show you how the AI could interact with us later on, but without feeding, okay? And 2030, AI teacher will be available to teach and deal individually with the developments of each student in learning. I think learning analytics is now more or less advancing. That's why the AI could deal individually with the developments. And then 2045, singularity will become like humans, or it's going to supersede the humans. But I think we have to, be careful. But what makes us humans? Kurzweil versus Tarasenko. So I will introduce Tarasenko's concept. I often go to Oxford as a visiting scholar, especially March and also in summer. And I used to be a visiting scholar for a couple of years there to study science and theology. And in 2019, I attended the Developing a Christian Mind conference. In this conference, the DPhil students, also the professors, they usually discuss how to integrate their faith into academic world, And I attended this conference. It's a 2-day conference. And Professor Tarasenko, he's a head of computer science. He's a really, smart guy. And he's always doing some research, the sort of latest research. And actually he invented this jet engine, regulation of jet engine. You see, he's now doing some research about AI and the medical field, And another professor, lecture was, he mentioned, can robots be moral machines? That's a very important issue in the future. And after the Tarasenko's talk, I asked a question. You see, the Carl White's predicting that AI is going to be like humans. And do you think AI is going to be like humans? That's what I asked the Professor Tarasenko. And you see, his answer is, you see, Tarasenko has a different idea toward human. What makes us humans, And he just quoted the Genesis 2:7 NIV version. Then the Lord God formed a man from the dust of the ground and breathed into his nostril the breath of life. And man became a living being. So he told me, you see, why don't you think about it? If the God breathes AI, is he going to be a human? That's his answer. I was so surprised, He is a sort of a creationist. And also, I like to bring some important debates. Richard Dawkins versus Aristomachus. Richard Dawkins is so famous, I think, in Asian countries. And he's an evolutionist. And Dawkins published God is Religion. He believes in evolution, right? He denies the creation. And there have been a big battle between Richard Dawkins and Alistair McGrath. And on the other hand, Alistair McGrath, I sometime went to his lecture, and the scientist and theologian, actually he has PhD in molecular biology. He's a pure scientist as well, a theologian, you know. But he believes in creation, the famous professor of science and theology in Oxford. And he's a founder of this DCM conference. This conference has been going on for about 10 years, more than 10 years. And so if you look at this, YouTube, there have been many, many debates between Richard Dawkins and Alistair McGrath. The reason why I introduce two cases is I think we have to be more careful about what we believe in, the world views, God's views. Those will affect the way we think, and also that will directly affect pedagogy also. And now the most important, pedagogy is sort of how we could develop the higher order thinking skills. A higher order thinking skill is a sort of we're going to analyze and evaluate and integrate and then create something new. Creation is very important. And so, well, let me introduce 4 case studies. The first case study is before COVID-19, I carried out sort of experiment using AI speaker at the AGU. And second case study is I am teaching at the graduate school of Tokyo Institute of Technology, like MIT in Japan. And I teach the graduate student how to find out a new discovery in pursuing PhD. And then third case study, after this one, second case study with COVID since last May. And also third case study is with COVID-19, Aoyamagaku University, my university, also Waseda University, which is one of the best private university in Japan. And I'm teaching at the law department, And this is a sort of online learning presentation plus impact video, they have to make, And the fourth case study, this was carried out last November, And it's a sort of international online exchange with NUS, National University of Singapore. So I will introduce these case studies, how I used the technology or ICT, advancement of ICT technologies in teaching these courses. So first, the case study 1. This case study was carried out for almost 10 months last year. It's a sort of active learning. And my specific purpose, my philosophy in teaching is as follows: to develop student way of thinking, and so the student have to think about their own worldviews. And unlike Indonesian people, we Japanese people are sort of atheists. They don't care about the religion so much, So I try to draw attention to the very important part. What is the life purpose? Metaphysics is very important. That's why I invite some student, from the United States, so they could interact with my student. And so I often invite some scholars from foreign countries, so they could teach us the worldviews. The second important thing is to acquire 21st century skills and plus experience AI, just like I mentioned. Third one is to acquire more cross-culturally sensitive understanding via ICT and through social learning. And then last one is to improve English proficiency and presentation skills. So I always try to, integrate ICT, AI, worldviews, and English into my pedagogy. These are my students. They are given the iPad and also Google Mini VR stuff and the Alexa and Google Home Mini. I got a special grant from my university. So the students are using these, technology to study language and communication. And sometimes I've been using a Facebook and SNS, Line, or Messengers. And SNS is very beneficial for English education. Also, I think you often watch the YouTube, And now let me explain how I used smart speaker. And I set up 2 research questions. how effective is the use of AI in teaching EFL in Japan, and also how to integrate 21st century skills into education. And as I mentioned, as you already listened to the video talk, the smart speaker is a type of wireless speaker and voice command device with an integrated virtual assistant that offers interactive actions and hand-play activation. So the smart speaker will create natural environment to use English outside of the class. The more students talk, the more the device gets intelligent and adjust their voices. And also make our English lesson active and enjoyable and keep student motivation high and use it as a part of our daily life and practice pronunciation or interact in English. So now you can download this, Amazon Alexa on your smartphone. So you could interact, with a smartphone. So now let me briefly explain the method. The participant is 23. They are given the Amazon Alexa and Google Home Mini. They encouraged to use it at home last year. And I gave a pre-test and post-test, the TOEIC, and also the OPIC speaking test. This is based upon the actual proficiency. And then they took a survey question at the end of the course. Sorry, just excuse me. So the AI speaker has many good applications to study language. The student recorded the short movie clips and later they uploaded, on the Facebook. So I could catch up with how they're engaged in learning, And they kept written diaries with the observation about the contents and duration of their studies, And the kind of software application they use is Best Teacher, Travel English, Let's Play Around with English, BBC, CNN News, TOEIC Practice, Let's Speak, and so on. And some of the software applications, you can interact, not only one way, but you can interact a lot. And the result of a TOEIC and OPIC test is, before I introduce this AI speaker, even though the students are highly engaged in the sort of active learning, flipped learning, still there used to be an improvement of TOEIC about 150 points. But this last year's case, the TOEIC, went up about 215 points over 10 months instruction, using AI speaker plus the classroom activities, And then pre-OPIC speaking test 3.91 to 4.74. It means that there are 8 bands, So the one band, one band is a little bit difficult to progress, But just, you see, this is a plot. And 100% student, they made progress. And the mean average score is A2 level to B1, CEFA. CEFA is very popular. But in Japan, the TOEIC is so popular, and in order to, get a good job, also in order to function in the international society, the company does require the student to get at least 750 or 800 nowadays, And this is a listening test, 235 to 359, and the only one less progress. And this is a reading test, 74 point to 74 point to 94 point. More or less, I think listening comprehension seems to be more progressed. You see less progress in reading comprehension. And now let me explain how much they improved in speaking test. 3.9 out of 8 to up to 4.74. And 4 students remained in the same band, but 19 students progressed, not so bad, And then also I gave a questionnaire and what likes most, conversation on daily topics, music, news, weather. Like they could listen to the CNN, BBC, ABC, any kind of international news easily, And then sometimes setting alarm and timer. So also that they could link to the TV. And so the advantage of the smart speaker would be as follows: easy to operate, can practice it at any time, improve listening and conversation skills, interact with me like a conversation partner, improves pronunciation, And also that you can ask for the definition or dictionary, function as a dictionary or encyclopedia. And which English skills improved? You see the conversation, listening, and pronunciation. And I gave a questionnaire to 31 my seminar students. 81% said, I think it's very useful for learning English, especially 87% for listening and 68% for speaking, but not for reading, 36%, and then not for writing. You know, AI speaker is very useful for listening and speaking. And feedback comments, I will introduce several. I got 31 comments, but mainly you see I could set up an AI speaker to a particular time, right? So it could be study part of my daily routine. And Alexa has many applications to study English. The second speaker says, I was more motivated to study English and I was more exposed to listening to English, which was a significant advantage of using an AI speaker. You see, there are many, many positive feedbacks. So implication is, I think the student prefer to use AI to study English, and the AI speaker will be their English interaction partner or help with the assignments. Sometimes you can ask for definitions and things like that sort. So AI will be integrated to future job, And my student use the AI speaker not in the classroom. They are assigned to use it and to study it, but inside the class. The student met 30 times, 30 weeks, 3 hours, 30 weeks, altogether the 90 hours. And I usually teach at the computer lab, and I emphasize the worldview study, just like I explained Arista Magras versus Richard Dawkins. And I often talk about the meaning of life, and then I invite several professors from the United States, and they emphasize, talking about the worldviews, global leadership, and the cross-cultural IQ and other things. And the face-to-face communication is very important. That's why I invite as many foreign students to my class so that my student could interact or enjoy interacting to talk about the different worldviews. And the first semester, my student prepared for a group presentation in Singapore. I usually take them to Singapore for 10 days, and so they could interact and they enjoyed a sort of a field trip. Or just they could have a wonderful fellowship or a good friendship with any NUS student, and the interaction and presentation at NUS. And later, the second semester, I put much emphasis upon the, problem-solving based learning project, So those are the things. But I will show you my video. This is my classroom last year. You see, this is a foreign professor. He gave us a series of lectures about worldviews. And that's how the students are giving a presentation. And some foreign students usually come to our class, you see, and they are very interactive, over here. And one student, I will show you this.
Years ago, I am a Christian apologist. He changed from Buddhism to Neoclassic Christianity. So Aristotle is the writer of the book.
Here and there, many foreign students, they are engaged in just checking the Japanese student presentation performance. He's using peer eval score, the smartphone. He uses a smartphone, and they download the peer assessment system. He could evaluate her presentation. That's how they are engaging in. Okay, let's say, excuse me. So just like these, so the flipped learning is very much emphasized. Online materials, learning materials uploaded on the Facebook so the student could download. And outside of the class here, just looking at the downloaded materials, the student has to make a PowerPoint slide, also essay writing. And I tell you what, you see that in essay writing, I encourage my student to use a Grammarly. A Grammarly is a very, very useful software. It could check your grammatical mistakes and also spelling mistakes and other things. So I encourage my student to use this. Also the DeepL is a good translator. If if the Japanese student couldn't really produce a good English sentence, then think in Japanese first and then put it into English. So in that case, he could use this wonderful Grammarly, or DeepL translator. And furthermore, I encouraged my student to use a Corpus. It's a free software, Corpus of Contemporary American English. And if you are a little bit confused about the usage of word, if you use this Corpus of Contemporary American English, for example, that you could use, say the discuss, we could say the discuss about, but about 95%, if you use this corpus, discuss plus direct object. However, slightly you could encounter some sentence discuss about. So I often, teach how to use the good software like Grammarly, DeepL, or Corpus of Contemporary American English, also Googling, this way that they could polish up on their writings. And at the same time, I put much emphasis upon the presentation, not only making a PowerPoint slide, but they have to, insert the voice, just like I am doing here. And after, while they are presenting, they have to record their own presentation and then transfer it to MPEG-4 file, it's a movie file. And in the classroom, I always interact, the students should be much busier and they interact and giving a talk and giving a presentation, interaction, discussion, and debate. Those are the classroom activities. And then after we find out some student mistake in the PowerPoint, then it should be corrected and then later uploaded with a PowerPoint format slide plus MPEG-4, So we have to draw the distinction clearly what the student could do outside of the class, so the student could be engaged in flipped learning like a challenge-based, PBL, or project-based learning and task-based learning. And in the classroom, now that we are using Zoom, and the presentation, discussion, interaction should be more emphasized. This is a Professor Weekly. And the student really like to listen to foreign professor lecture in order to be more open-minded. 90% agreed, And that's also another classroom is just like a student are given the iPad. So using iPad, they're interacting over here. And did the flipped lesson help to improve your autonomous learning? 100% they agreed, And did the PPT presentation to help to improve your English proficiency? 97%. So before COVID-19, I often invited the CCS members, just like I explained,
While I'm doing what I can enjoy, of course I feel happy. Right? So for me, the meaning of happiness is change among the people. Because people's fancy is very different from.
So my class is always busy and noisy, And the interaction with CCS, and they liked it. They felt it was very useful to improve English and also change their worldviews, And this is a final exam. The reflection on learning means what they have learned throughout this seminar. So they have to make about 10 minutes a slide. And then you see just like at the computer room. And also they have to look at the camera. And then they started making presentation only looking at the PowerPoint slide. Just It's about 10 minutes, final exam on reflection. And I could, so once they recorded their own presentation, it will be sent automatically to my server, so I can check it later. So by doing so, I think I, try to teach a higher order thinking skills, analysis, evaluation, integration, and then creation. So the student felt that about 21st century skills and importance of AI through this seminar, about 97%, because they are experiencing, how to use AI to study English. And did you improve your critical thinking skills? 100%, Now, let me explain how the peer-level assessment works. I encourage you all, maybe the Indonesian teachers, this is a very good, powerful tool. It's not so expensive, only about $25 per year, And my assessment, even in the virtual learning, pretest, I gave a pretest, the ATL called BRICS, it's an online pretest and post-test. And then assess presentation with peer-level. And also the student have to hand in the MPEG-4 movie product and PowerPoint slide and sounds movie. And then just like they did the reflection and they engage, how much they are engaged in the classroom activities. It's a sort of a portfolio. And this is a peer assessment. And there are 7 items I check always, from structure, prosody, delivery, visual aid, coherence, and then enthusiasm and contents, And the one student giving a presentation, other one is assess. Also, if the one student presenting in front, all the rest of the student could assess with this software, peer-level mobile, That's how they are engaged in. So once the student finished the presentation, he could look at his own score in terms of 6 items, and then he could check the average score. So this is easy. The advantage of using this peer-level is quick feedback, easy to reflect on the presentation. So they could find out some weakness and strong points. And for the next presentation, that weak point should be more strengthened. And many students, I think, they felt that it was very useful to use this peer-level for presentation. So the research question, first one is, how effective is the use of AI in teaching EFL in Japan? I think it's useful for learning, speaking, and listening. So the keyword is integration. AI, ICT, VR, plus face-to-face communication. But if you don't have many opportunity to talk to some English-speaking guy, then you can practice your speaking and listening with AI or AI speakers, just like this. So let me now move on to the English education with COVID-19. Even in Indonesia, I think everywhere the same in the world. But in Japan, a university decided to carry out the teaching of all classes using virtual learning environment with Teams, Zoom Teams, WebEx, and other learning tools from May to present. And sometimes it's a sort of a hybrid class or HyperX class. And I taught a total of 9 classes at the 3 universities, mainly with Zoom and Facebook. The reason why I started using a Zoom is we can make a sort of a breakout session easily. That's why we could have a discussion and interaction. And I describe now how the students struggle with virtual learning and shows, I will show both its advantage and disadvantage from the student feedback on the questionnaire, okay? The instrument would be almost the same when I was teaching before COVID-19. But however, after the now with the COVID-19, I started using a Zoom. This part is slightly different from the classroom situation. And almost the same, the training procedure uploaded on the Facebook, and the student engaged in real-time learning with Zoom. And often they got or participate in breakout sessions with more active discussion and presentation. So flipped learning was conducted all through the semester. let the student actively engaged in presentation and discussions. Okay, and they took pre and post, okay, almost the same. And the only here, the interaction part, whether it's a classroom or on the virtual classroom here, that's a major difference. A virtual line, online learning with Zoom, I invited one foreign professor here, and then he could give a special lecture. I sent you his lecture, cross-cultural leadership. I wish you could listen to his lecture. It's such a wonderful lecture. It was on the YouTube video. And second case study, it's a sort of a graduate school at the Tokyo Institute of Technology. I teach part-time. I've been teaching there for almost 10 years. And this is a sort of an innovative research and based upon the scientific realism. And the student has to read 3 articles about worldviews, downloading those materials from the Facebook. And again, that they make slides, presentation, MP4 movies. And they sometimes on the virtual class, they listen to the special lecture from abroad. And finally, they have to make a research presentation, Liam 3.2, New Discovery for PhD thesis. And I will explain Liam 3.2.1, this is a very important part, you see. And sometimes I teach the sort of iceberg model of culture. And sometimes it's easy to observe the surface culture, right? But the shallow culture and deep culture, a little bit difficult to talk about these things because it's invisible. That is why I have to teach something, very important, in the sort of a worldviews and God's views, like in this deep culture. So I often use a video. Dr. E, who is my mentor, she's a theologian. She's been teaching in Oxford for more than 40 years, and she has been my mentor for the past 25 years. So he came to our university twice. So I videotaped his lecture. He's talking about worldviews, and the internet and worldviews and other things. And this is a famous philosopher, Dr. Rom Haller. He passed away last year. Also, he has been my mentor for the past 25 years. And the student download what is scientific realism paper. And this is his lecture.
Now, I'm going to be talking about, mostly about the natural sciences and perhaps a little bit about psychology, but mostly about natural science. And that's where this basic idea comes from. So I'm going to try to explain what it is.
It's about 45 minutes lecture about scientific realism. And you see on the virtual, on the Zoom, we could interact and we can learn even, And that's a very important part. So I want you to, just take this concept at home. This is what I really want to say. According to the, Professor Halley, ontological and epistemological issue, it's a sort of a philosophy of science. The things belong to 3 realms, whatever it may be concerned about. First realm is things we can observe or perceive with our ordinary senses by observation. Right? Something you can observe, you can see. The things belong to realm 1, The realm 2 is things we can observe or perceive with particular instrument. Means just if you look at something far beyond, like the virus, coronavirus, if you use a microscope, then you could see that, right? So something belong to realm 2, just the things we can observe or perceive with the instrument. By analogy, we can guess what it is. The realm 1 is by observation. And what is most important is the realm 3 area. Things we can observe or perceive, whatever instrument we use, even including mental, religious, spiritual matters. This mental, religious, spiritual matter could be included in the realm 3 area. And so if you use a sort of a new instrument, sometime scientists usually struggle with, find out something new. something new belong to the Liam 3 area mainly. That's why they are struggling to invent some new materials or new instrument, whatever. And then all of a sudden, hypothesis testing, right? And then they could carry out a sort of empirical research. And then after the replication study, they could find out some new formula or new theory. And the many Nobel Prize winners, you see that they are dealing with things belong to the Liam 3 area. And then when they find out something new, a new discovery, they get down from Liam 3 to Liam 2 area. You see that Liam 2 is a by observation, 2 is a by analogy, 3 is by hypothesis. And many people tend to believe in only Liam 1 and 2 area. They don't care about the Liam 3 area. So I drew my student attention to this Liam 3 area. Even though they are invisible, we have to really focus on this area, how we could find out something new. And I taught the sort of a worldview study and the philosophy science to my PhD student. One Indian fellow, he's now the computer scientist, he's working for his DPhil. I let you listen to his talk.
As we saw earlier, a large part of purpose is shaped by your worldviews, and how you see the world has a very non-trivial impact on what role you think you play in it. Comparing my understanding of this with Dr. Yi's second model, I think that as we go from realm 1 to realm 3 of scientific realism, we need to learn new things about ourselves that we must apply to our daily pursuit of the truth of reality, and only then can we proceed successively from 1 to 3. If you look at the diagram on the left, you can see my interpretation of Dr. Yi's second model. I think that once you obtain a result in your research that lies in realm 1, you need to reflect on what led to that result and the fallacies that you committed while walking down that path. In order to raise your level of thinking from realm 1 to realm 3, you need to dive deeper into the subject, which of course requires more mental effort than what you already took. As you perform the process of deeper understanding, your worldviews also become clear, and you see the pillars of reality, knowledge, and morality on which a worldview is founded with more clarity.
You see, so how important is the Liam 3 area? Even though the computer scientist, top-notch scientists, pure scientists, they have to find out something new from the Liam 3 area, and then get down to Liam 2. So in order to train the sort of a higher order thinking skills, the Liam 3 is very important. How are we going to aware of what's going on around us? Liam 1, Liam 2, but particularly in Liam 3. Okay. And so graduate student took a questionnaire. Did you change your worldview after taking part in this lecture? You see, just about 70%. Did you learn how to make an effective presentation through this course? About 80%. Did you find Professor Weekly's lecture interesting and useful to think about the cross-cultural communication? About 70. What is your belief about your life? Atheism, agnosticism, theism. Just 45%. About 50% are Japanese and 50% are foreign student at the Tokyo Institute of Technology. How did you feel about online virtual learning? Very effective, somewhat effective. They don't care about they attended the real lesson or just online learning, because they have to anyway finish up his PhD by writing. What type of lesson do you like best? Face-to-face, 30%, hybrid learning, 35%, and the online virtual learning, 35%. Maybe in the future, I assume that hybrid learning is going to be more popular, you see. And then now, I move on to the Aoyama Gakuin and also Waseda University's CBL-based learning project. This year, of course, the online learning, right? And exactly the same, just like before COVID-19. Only the Zoom class, will be replaced, by we started using a Zoom instead of, real class activities. Yeah. And the pedagogy is almost the same. However, just for the CBL project, I introduced the concept of a philosophy of science. So the students are highly responsible to find out something new and get down the things realm 3 to realm 2 area. New discovery is very important. So my student, I went to Oxford to attend many good seminars. And today I really want you to just pay attention to Oxford Martin School. And from my handout, you could find out the link site here. And there are many, famous top-notch scientists. They come to this Oxford Martin School and they give a series of lectures in the field of environment, health, society, and economics. So my student has to just delve into this, some certain issues. Whichever the issue attract them, they have to, deepen their way of thinking and then find out some research question from Liam 3 area, just like this. And after that, they make a presentation and also they make the, MPEG-4 video, okay? This way that they could train their higher order thinking skills. And sometime this Thursday, CCS members, 6 CCS members from Singapore, United States, from other countries, they could come to our classroom and then they listen to the student presentation. They are the first year law student. And after they listen to the student, presentation, they assess their performance and then they made some comment, CCS members. Let me ask you the feedback comment. Okay, that's good. Okay, Rachel?
Yeah, I was very impressed by everyone who presented in my group. I learned, like everyone said, I learned a lot. And also the conversation that we had after, they asked some really good questions and we had some good discussion.
Okay, good. Toda-san, how did you feel about today's discussion? Yeah.
Yeah, in the preparing this presentation, I could learn about the president election, and this is a good experience.
Okay, and then, excuse me. And also the last Thursday, they are talking about some Christmas, Japanese people don't know the real meaning of Christmas, so 6 people came to my virtual classroom and then he was explaining. Just
kind of people that are connected in over 200 countries. And so, yeah, lots of different cultures and lots of different, people with, different experiences. And so today, especially this month, we wanted to kind of take a look at Christmas. And so within our organization, we have people from different countries in Japan, within this class, America and Singapore. And so we wanted to share a little bit about what do we and how do we think and experience and celebrate Christmas. And so we will have, in this class, we'll have 2 people share, and then we will go into breakout rooms and we can maybe discuss more deeply and have some more conversation. And so I will share my screen. And so I will first introduce Joey. He's from America, and he just came to Japan a few weeks ago. And so I will let Joey start, and then after Joey, Suhei, you can go.
Hi everybody. Yeah, I'm Joey. Like Trevor said, I'm from the U.S. I just moved to Tokyo a few weeks ago. And yeah, I just wanted to share a little bit about what Christmas looks like for me back in America every single year. And so, yeah, I guess we can start with the next slide about how I celebrate Christmas every year. So I'm a Christian. And so I kind of celebrate Christmas in a religious context every year. In America, it's kind of similar commercially. to Japan, but also from a Christian side. The day before Christmas, my family and I goes to church, and we do what's called a candlelight service, which is kind of like a regular church service, but it meets to kind of celebrate the birth of Jesus, which is what Christmas, the holiday, is.
So this way the student could learn what the Christmas is all about and different culture. And we could interact, if we use online virtual learning. So even in Indonesian people, you could interact with people from all over the world, this way. And another thing I use a software is a Flipgrid. Flipgrid is a very powerful software for oral presentation. And rather than using PowerPoint slide presentation, but it's a sort of oral presentation. So I will show you. And this gentleman, was taking my course, but he was participating in even from Copenhagen.
Great. So here's the key question I would like to put on this presentation. Where are we heading for? I would like to talk about what I've learned throughout this course from the perspective of the history and the technology. Here's my outline. I divided my presentation into 4 parts. The first part will be the world heritages, and secondary, I will talk about paradigm shift and summary and conclusion. So let me start.
Yeah, it's about a 10 minutes presentation, always. Okay. So I really encourage you to use this Flipgrid. It's a free software. And now move on to the international exchange with NUS. I have enjoyed the exchange program for the past 10 years, but this year I couldn't take my student to Singapore. That's why we decided to have a sort of an online virtual exchange. This one is last year's presentation, and you see, I will show you this.
From the total suicide rate was suicide that was done by students.
And the student has to give about 30-minute presentation today in Singapore, just like this. And excuse me.
And our title is To Be Happy. So to introduce our presentation, what is happiness? So when
you a group of 4, they usually make a presentation. And the entire do you have any questions or comments? Singaporean student, we are taking Japanese.
Well, how would you define your happiness?
The presentation in Japanese, the sort of language exchange.
There is no perfect definition.
So, ladies and gentlemen, we are 4 groups, and my name is Kato Tomoya, and my name is my number is 6.
No, she's a wonderful lady teacher, and just like this. Once the student gave a good presentation in Singapore, the Singaporean listened to their presentation, they could gain more confidence in speaking English. That's a very good advantage. But I took them to the APEC, also in US and other places. And sometimes I take them to the church on Sunday, But this year I have to carry out the online virtual exchange, And there are 5 groups, and 8 weeks we had a sort of a joint seminar, 90 minutes per week. 8 weeks we got together to discuss these 5 issues, in Japanese or in English, Since the Singaporean, they are studying Japanese, so that they participate in the sort of a joint research between Japanese student and the Singaporean student. and what is educational, circumstances, what's going on, and how to deal with the coronavirus, and also veganism, and the environmental issues and other things. There is 5 issues. 19 students from Singaporean University and also 19 students from my seminar. They discussed for 8 weeks. And then finally last week, they took part in the sort of a joint project and then gave a presentation. About 100 people joined this presentation, but the 19 students from Singaporean side and the 19 students from my side, they gave a presentation altogether. And as far as Japanese students are concerned, I made 4 groups, and then they took a responsibility to give an English presentation, from our side. And this one gentleman
Okay,
is.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Shuhei Aonuma, and today we would like to talk to you about Japan's modern problems. This is our outline, and our presentation is divided into 5 parts. First, population problem. Second, disadvantages. Third, what we can do. Fourth, LGBTQIA+. Fifth, summary, and finally,
It's about 20 minutes presentation, as a group of 2, 2 representatives. They made a presentation about each topic. And now let me explain the assessment. Almost the same thing. I assume Singaporean student used the software with a smartphone during a presentation, and then gave some feedback, PAable. You see, and I think we are almost running out of the time. And I gave a questionnaire about online learning since we just faced the COVID-19. Did you enjoy the Zoom lesson? About among the 250 students, 40% enjoyed the Zoom lesson, 38% were neutral, but the 22%, they didn't like the Zoom lesson. They don't really, appreciate the Zoom lesson. So some students drop out university in my country. And was the lesson effective with Zoom? They felt about 74%, What kind of lesson do you like? Of course, a face-to-face, and then the hybrid, but they don't really appreciate the Zoom lesson. But did the visiting professor's lecture change your worldviews and help you to improve English proficiency? Whether it's a Zoom lesson or a face-to-face lesson, and the foreign professor's lecture, they really appreciate, Was the virtual presentation effective? And whether it's a Zoom or not, still even in the Zoom, they could, feel the virtual presentation is very useful, effective. And now, you see, about 2 years ago, student using a sort of a VR, together with a smartphone. Now, a new type of a VR came out, like just independently, that's without using other smartphone, they could use Amazon Alexa VR, also mixed reality stuff. And the immersive English education is now very popular. So I will show you how to use a VR to study English.
First virtual reality language learning platform, connecting students with live English teachers in amazing virtual reality locations. Imagine walking on the Santa Monica Pier with your English teacher, hailing a cab together in Times Square, or practicing a business meeting in a Silicon Valley office. We ship you a virtual reality headset with our app pre-downloaded on it. And in less than 60 seconds, you can log in, plug in your lesson code, and begin speaking with a top English instructor. It's that simple. Learning with Immerse takes you from memorizing textbooks to practicing real-life conversations that matter most to you. Backed by research from some of the brightest minds in language education, our immersive method dramatically increases language retention while boosting enjoyability and effectiveness. So, what are you waiting for? Begin your immersive English adventure today.
Not so many universities, they are using this, but it's slightly, they started using this virtual or mixed reality VR learning system. So once again, I think integration is a keyword, AI and ICT, VR plus face-to-face communication. And as far as the English is concerned, this is my Oxford mentor. He's a pastor. And I often I was invited to his home. And I usually conduct, a conversation, carry out a conversation with my own non-native English, And so the term English is a sort of international language, lingua franca. So as far as your English is intelligible enough, intelligibility is a key word, you can communicate, you can convey your own ideas and philosophy in whatever it may be concerned about. So to sum up my talk, education for the 21st century is, I think, blended and flipped learning are very important, and the higher order thinking skills, how we're going to train the higher order thinking skills, this should be emphasized. So the integration, human plus AI or VR and other advanced technology could be integrated to the face-to-face communication. So the student could become autonomous learners. And finally, in conclusion, I would say, I quote Einstein. This is what Einstein said, I quote, "Education is what remains after you have forgotten what you have learned in school." Do you agree with this? Yeah, I think, no matter how much you study, you will, your knowledge will fade away. And Oxford proverb said, the more you study, the more you know. The more you know, the more you forget. The more you forget, the less you learn. Then why study? However, maybe, and you could, develop your sense and thought. For example, how to think through, how to learn something new. And then finally, how to find out the meaning of life, the life purpose and whatever. So the metaphysics should be emphasized, and the worldview and the study or God's view study will be also added to our, pedagogy. So final comment is, the Dominus Illuminatio Mea, the Lord is my light, that's a sort of a universal Oxford motto, the emblem of university. These are the references. And this work was supported by Soken Grant and the GSP Kaken. Yeah. I thank you for listening and for your patience. It's a little bit longer lecture, and I really appreciate your patience, and thank you for your kind attention. Okay, that's it. Okay, sorry, I took a long lecture now.
Okay.
Any
All right,
questions?
Professor Hiroyuki Obari. Thank you very much for the insightful presentations. Now we have 3 questions here.
Okay.
And you may check the box of chat.
Yeah.
There are 3 questions. Is it okay if I read it, Prof?
Yes, please,
One by one. Okay. Okay. The first question is from Diana. She's she's a student of an Open University Bandung, Indonesia. And she's asking about, would you please help the simplest way teaching online using the 21st century technology? So she's asking about the most recommended technology that can be implemented in her class for teaching
You see,
kids.
I have a grandson. He is 2.5, and also my daughter. She was educated in Oxford also, but she just came back to Japan because of the COVID-19, and she always started playing along with my grandson. But the grandson, was really attracted to watch a YouTube video, the children's game and other things, And so my recommendation is maybe there are many children's program, the YouTube program. So this way the kids will be more exposed to listen to authentic English, like singing a song or whatever, just, you can really brush up on the English sound and other things. That's one advantage of using YouTube, And that there are many, many good programs on the YouTube about teaching English to children, That's one simplest way of teaching. And
Okay, thank you very much.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you for the answer. So the most recommended one is from YouTube.
Yeah,
For
YouTube.
the authentic materials in teaching.
Children's
Okay.
program, song, and other things. Yeah.
Okay.
Even with
Okay,
computer.
thank you, Professor.
Yeah. Then.
Okay, the second question is. Okay, this is from Miss Annie. She's a lecturer of Sulbar and head of English Education Study Program. She's asking about, her question is, does an artificial intelligence erode human relationship value when it is implemented most of the time in teaching and learning process?
Might be so. If you stick to the AI too much, yeah, it could erode the human relations. However, as I mentioned, in the classroom, you see my student never used the AI speaker, other things. In the classroom, I put much emphasis upon the sort of a human person-to-person interaction, right? But if you alone, you could use an AI speaker and practice pronunciation and listening or conversation. You can be more exposed to the authentic English if you use an AI speaker. Also, if you use a computer. However, in the classroom, you have to emphasize a person-to-person communication. What I'm saying is, I think we have to draw the distinction, that sort of difference. The AI could do a much better job than humans, but the human can do a better job than AI or computer to some extent. So you have to draw the difference, I think what is good at, humans is good at something, the AI could be good at something, right? So you have to sort of differentiate what is something, That's my answer. It has to be balanced, of course, yeah. AI couldn't be human. That's my also, idea. Just like a Tarasenko. I'm a creationist, Does that answer your question, or?
Yes. Okay, thank you, Professor. So, the artificial intelligence is recommended when we have autonomous learning, right?
Yes.
But in the classroom, we have to have the face-to-face.
Yes.
Well, the third question, Professor, this is from Sir Ismail. He's a lecturer from a private university in Palopo. His question is, as artificial intelligence already has a significant impact on daily human life, what should we do as a teacher or a lecturer to introduce the artificial intelligence and its impact to our life? It is not really possible to use the artificial intelligence in learning process where the internet connections is not reliable, like in the rural areas of Indonesia. Yeah, this is a common problem, Prof, in Indonesia nowadays, because the internet connections is always a problem. So how do we solve it?
But in that case, you have to negotiate with the government or some local agency, a local education board, And I don't know how to solve the sort of internet connection problem, I can't do that. But so right now, we are going to the sort of a 21st century skill, and this 21st century education, it should be promoted. So the government has to take a full responsibility to provide a sort of a internet connection, It's a sort of a facility issue. And I can't answer that question, Very sorry about it. Even my student, about 5% student, they have some certain internet connection problem, so they couldn't join the classroom, In that case, sometimes you see, they could use a smartphone, but not a high-speed, connection. So in that case, I let them use just not on the Zoom, but even in email, it's okay. I gave another special assignment, Yeah, it's a tough issue now. The connection is most important, First, we have to, set up some certain good connection, and then, yeah, I can't help that. Sorry about it. I can't answer that question.
Okay, thank you for the response, Professor. Well, that is the last question. So would like to thank to you, Professor, for your presentations and attendance. I witnessed you were in this forum since yesterday. So you attended several presenters forum on the previous sessions.
Yes.
Well, as a token of appreciation, I would like to invite the head of Language Center to thank to you directly. Mr. Umar. Mr. Umar. Okay. Wait a moment, please, Prof.
Ya, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Okay, Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Is it clear my voice? Yes, Prof. Good, still good morning in Japan. Good afternoon.
Yep.
Prof, in Japan, still good morning or
no? It's about 3:35 p.m. in the afternoon. 3:35 p.m.
In the afternoon. Okay.
Yes.
Good afternoon, Prof. Yes.
Yeah, good afternoon.
Alhamdulillah.
Yes.
Yeah. Are you still fresh? Yeah, even though actually based physically, but you are fresh. Yeah.
Yes, I am.
Inshallah.
It's a lovely country. I wish I could go and visit your country again in the
Have
future.
you visited in Sulawesi? I mean, in Indonesia?
No, no. I have been to the Solo and the Jakarta, Bali.
Haven't yet in Sulawesi, yeah?
Yes, because
maybe
my
next year, yeah, we invite you to come to Indonesia, especially in West Sulawesi, inshallah. Yes.
Oh, I see. But thank you for inviting me to give a talk. You know, you must
Okay.
very nice and yeah.
Thank you. Okay, well, Bismillahirrahmanirrahim warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Alhamdulillah, our international webinar and workshop for 2 days. Yeah, today is the last day for our workshop. Many thanks for all keynote speakers, yeah, from different countries. Yeah, special thanks for Prof. Obari, yes, and also Dr. Rakib from Australia. Also two keynote speakers from Indonesia, yes, Prof. Rudi Hartono and Prof. Nur Jihad. And also many thanks to all committees, yeah, who have prepared our event, yes, from beginning of this event until today. Alhamdulillah, they prepare well and can run well our event. And also for all participants from different countries, maybe, yes, yeah, according to the report of the committees. Yeah. Also in some provinces in Indonesia, yeah, from Bandung, Bali, Medan, yes, and many others provinces that I can mention. Okay, well, we are from the Language Center of Universitas Sulawesi Barat. Officially, would like to say these programs will be continue, yeah, every year. So for the next programs, we hope that there's still some keynote speakers from the other countries will contribute in our event like this. And also not only these programs, but another kinds of our programs next year. And Prof Obari, inshallah, we are going to invite you.
Okay,
Hopefully, pandemic or COVID-19, yes, effect will be normal again in our country, yeah, around the world. Pandemic will be pandemic will be as one of the cause why we use Zoom today. Okay. Well, once again, thank you very much for your participations, and special thanks for moderator. Yes. Yes. Bu Sukmawati. Hopefully, Bu Sukmawati can continue her study in Japan or Australia. Yes, up to you. You may contact with Prof. Obari. Yes. Yeah, by scholarship or another kinds of scholarship that you are going to propose. And once again, for participants, thank you very much for your participations. Yeah, for 2 days. And inshallah, from the committees, we'll supply the certificate also. And special thanks once again for the Prof. Obari. Yeah, inshallah, we are going to contact after this in the different programs. Okay, officially I close our international webinar and workshop 19 to 20 December 2020. I don't know. Yeah. By reciting Alhamdulillahirabbil alamin. Subhanakallah wa bihamdika asyhadu an la ilaha illa anta. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good afternoon, Prof. Maybe there is a take a picture session. Yeah, photo session. Well,
I think better if all of the participants can turn on the video or the camera, so the beautiful faces and the handsome faces can be clearly seen. Okay, we're waiting for that. Okay. Okay, get ready. There are 4 slides, so just hold on. If I have count to 3. Okay, 3. Smile, please. Okay. 1, 2, 3. Hold on. Hold on, please. Okay. Okay, the second slide. Next, the third one. Okay, and the last. Okay, done. It's done. Okay, thank you very much.
Okay, thank you very much, moderator. Yep. I hope
You're
you're
most welcome, Professor.
Christmas and Happy New Year. I did enjoy.
Happy New Year, Professor.
Yeah, yes.
Ada password.
My pastor really loved Indonesia. You know, he's always talking about how wonderful you all are, you know. I think he was living in Indonesia, Solomon, Irian Jaya, Solo, and other places, you know. He was there for 10 years, yeah.
For 10 years. Thank you for all the participants too, the distinguished participants. See you next time.